we were gonna switch.
Hey, everyone, we started the live stream, just letting you know.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right, good evening, everyone. It is 6:32 p.m. on August 2021, and I'd like to call this committee of the whole meeting to order. We are technically still virtual, although we do have a bunch of us here right now. Gail, if you could please call the roll.
Mr. Kowski.
Here.
Dr. Mullenrush.
Here.
Mr. Arkin.
Here.
Mr.
All right, good evening, everyone. It is 6:32 p.m. on August.
There's a window
Yep.
open with YouTube.
I got it.
That's kind of like,
Sorry.
That's what you sound like.
I guess.
Mr. Henry.
Here.
Mr. Martieri.
Present.
Ms. Harris.
Here.
Dixon Stein.
And here as well. Okay. All right. Gail, do we have any either comments this evening? Any has some feedback? I don't know. This is can help us.
Signing some use.
Gail, public comment this evening?
Yes.
Public comment is 3 minutes.
Recording in progress.
I will time it myself.
This is from Jenny O'Rourke, parent of a senior and sophomore. Dear board, on Thursday, I sent an email to Dr. Parker and Superintendent Johnson sharing my concerns about the welcome email that was sent to parents. From my perspective, the letter was not welcoming, warm, or inviting, and focused on what will not happen, as opposed to getting excited about us putting our kids in your hands for a successful year. There was no, we are in this together, which is what parents want to hear as we take on another year of possible unknowns. 2 points of concern in the letter were the lack of IDs being available today. With all the planning time administration has had to launch a successful year, why the lack of IDs? I read that kids will be able to use their phones to show their identity. Do all OPRF students have phones that they bring to school? Won't this cause massive delays as students enter the school each morning? As opposed to showing a valid ID, seems like a security nightmare. Second, the dictate that no students will be able to use the bathroom during class time is short-sighted and could cause greater anxiety for students, especially freshmen. Why punish the majority of the minority of students that abuse this right? And it is a right. Imagine being in the shoes of a student who has an urgent bathroom need and has to explain this to their teacher in front of the whole class. The added burden of teachers to have to make quick judgments on which kids are legitimately needing to be allowed to leave or not will be taxing. Additionally, in my experience as a parent of a child with a 504 plan who has written in that they may have to use the bathroom, eat, or drink when needed to address their medical issues, this has not always been passed to the teachers. So again, the burden will fall to the teachers who are already balancing in-class and at-home students within a new curriculum and a catch-up year. While I understand that COVID has brought the need to rethink many practices and policies, I believe the administration should be focusing on and starting 2021 with a message of support for students and faculty rather than focusing on a list of what won't happen. This letter was not at all welcoming. The next one is from Lisa Reed. She's an OPRF parent. As we begin a new school year where 50% have never been in the building for full-time in-person classes, it is more important than ever for us to welcome our students. I am pleased to see we are doing so much loved freshman Huckabee Day. I was hoping that Ms. Parker's welcome note to parents would let us know how else our Huskies are being welcomed. Instead, we were told no hall passes. Seriously, this is the most important message to communicate to parents. Now, and somehow we do not have IDs and planners ready to go, why not print out name tags for everyone? What is going on? This note was tone deaf. I sent a note requesting clarification, have not heard back. Yes, I can hear some thinking as this is read, show some grace. Can we please show a little bit of grace to our students? Starting off the year with no hall passes is off. This tone is consistent with a do not miss more than 12 days semester note from early in the summer. Can we just welcome them back and build a culture of excitement to be back instead of it being a prison? Can the administration show some grace to parents? We can't support you if we do not know why you are making the changes you are making. What changes? Free breakfast, lunch? What does that mean for our students? Is it a sack lunch or a hot lunch? No senior fix? Seriously? There were no other options? What are we doing to make seniors feel special since so much was taken from them as well, such as band camp this summer? This much hated advisory is back with SEL. What in the world is that? Next, I ask the board to encourage our administration to lean in on welcoming and showing grace to students and parents. The next one is from Monica Sheehan. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to make public comment tonight. It concerns two issues. First, according to the July 29th letter posted on the school's website regarding the proposed purchase of the Dominican Prairie campus, the board will vote on a finalized letter of intent at a special meeting tonight if Dominican University accepted the board's letter of intent to purchase the property. Yet, there's no agenda item in either this meeting or the special meeting that follows it regarding this vote, nor is there any update on the website as of this afternoon. What is the latest on the board's effort to purchase this property for $6 million or $7 million if Dominican abolishes the properties on the site prior to sale? Second, according to agenda item number 6B, District 200 will have an excess of $88 million in its fund balance at the close of fiscal 2022. Given the enormity of the fund balance, why is the board delaying the renovation of 20 classrooms at a cost of $1.5 million in Project 1, pushing them off to Project 2? It previously contained no classrooms and features a swimming pool that's twice as large as a standard size high school competition pool housed in a 60-seat natatorium. Budget clearly isn't an issue as the board opted to fund various add-on projects to Project 1 called Opportunities, including a $55,000 balcony extension, and the cash reserve is flush with money, including $20 million earmarked for facility improvements. I respectfully request an email response to these questions. Thank you. This is from Amy Pokret. Hallway passes may not be available during classes. It is critical during academic periods that students remain in class. Teachers will not be able to support requests to leave the classroom. This policy is wholly without merit and is discriminatory on its face against students who menstruate, students with disabilities, and transgender and non-binary students who have to cross the building to access gender-neutral bathrooms. Furthermore, other children will experience emergency bathroom issues from time to time. Children sometimes need to see the nurse during class. Without a hallway class, then they postpone needed medical care. While a scrape or mild headache may be able to wait until between classes, a migraine, fever, or larger injury cannot and should not wait. Without hallway passes, students will not be able to visit the tutoring center during the study hall. Students cannot attend college and career colleges, if those are allowed this year. I assume if a student's 504 plan or IEP requires hall passes, whenever requested, those will be granted, but not all students should need a 504 or an IEP to use the bathroom in an emergency. When I raised these concerns with the administration, I was told by Mrs. Parker that there is not an adult in the building who is not ready to honor those occasions with a pass. I have seen the opposite is true. My daughter Zoe, class of 2019, was denied a pass to the nurse's office in the incident described above when she dislocated her shoulder during the passing period. Her teacher refused to allow her to go to the nurse's office at the time, despite her IEP saying that she had a permanent nurse's pass. She had to put her shoulder back into the socket in front of the entire class. She then went to the nurse's office without the teacher's permission to get pain medication and treatment. This was a general medical emergency. She had an IEP. She was in an 8th class. She never had a disciplinary infraction while at OPRF, and she was still denied a pass by the experienced longtime teacher. Teachers should not be the ones to decide if a child truly needs a bathroom pass to go to the nurse. They should not be deciding emergencies. Students need bodily autonomy. I can see this policy having implicit bias against students of color, students with disabilities, and all students who menstruate. I've seen it personally. Students are the reason OPRF exists. We need to treat them as the young adults we wish them to be and assume the best versus the worst. Kids will rise to the occasion. I urge you to reverse this policy immediately. Best regards. From Liz Barnes, parent of a OPRF student, dear board members and superintendent, please reconsider the hall pass bathroom access policy that states teachers will not be able to support requests to leave the classroom. In middle school, children are allowed to go to the bathroom during the class. They fill out a Google form on their Chromebook, allowing the staff to contact trace for COVID exposure. This way, staff can track the location of students, and students can use the bathroom during a safer and less crowded time. In a reply email to concerned parents, it is implied that COVID safety is the reason for this policy. The policy of forcing students to only use the bathroom at the busiest time defeats this purpose. The OPRF website explains the rationale for implementing this policy during hybrid learning last year. And OPRF FAQ states, how are people going to be able to get to class on time and use the bathroom during passing periods while following social distancing guidelines? The answer explains, with no more than a quarter of the student body in the building, the rush to use the bathroom during passing periods should be significantly less. This quarter of the student body obviously no longer applies. Another statement about hall passes and bathrooms on the OPRF site states, please use bathrooms before school, during passing periods, and after school. With so many fewer students in the building, you should be able to use the bathrooms during these times. Again, this is no longer the case, and children cannot always perfectly time when they need to go to the bathroom. Students should have the ability to access a toilet whenever necessary. This policy also increases crowding and makes contact tracing nearly impossible, both of which increase the chance of exposure to COVID. Thank you for your time. The last one is from Deidre Flynn. Good afternoon. Recognizing that there are a myriad of issues you're dealing with to reopen schools safely, I was somewhat surprised and extremely disappointed in my rising sophomores' experience on Wednesday. After progressing through counselor announcements, ID picture taking, workbook pickup, and more, students were informed they would get a building tour. My student was especially grateful for this, especially since we were completely remote for the 2020 school year, 2020-21 school year. When all stations had been visited and tasks accomplished, my student was told that tours were ended for the day, that they were out of time and they had to close tours. Yes, my daughter received a map and the coding system for room locations, main corridors, etc., and understands the general vicinity of classes, but has no clue, nor did she have the time, to find her locker, see where classrooms are, and test what her movement would be like in the 5+ minutes between classes. We are thrilled the incoming freshmen have the opportunity to have a husky kickoff day, but sophomores should have the same. There was very little instruction or information shared about limitations on schedule pickup, picture taking day. I really don't know what to call it other than schedule pickup. Last year caused enough anxiety for all, and I applaud the way OPR communicated with families for our 9th grade year. Because of that experience, I expected more of the same for this year. Good, clear communication. And while I understand that everyone is doing their best, I think incoming sophomores, or at least my sophomore, got shortchanged yesterday. Maybe that was a product of being the last group in for the day, but it really fell short for a Husky welcome. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. And that's all.
Thank you. All right, our first item tonight is approval of the June 10th, 2021 committee of the whole meeting minutes. Does anybody have what to approve? Is there a second?
Second.
Did anybody have any redactions or corrections to minutes? All right, all those in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
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 Thanks. Any opposed? All right. Our first agenda item under finance is a resolution authorizing the preparation, placement, and inspection and publication of the fiscal year 2022 budget. This is something we're mandated to do. I don't know, Greg, if you want to speak to this at all.
It is, Cindy, you want to speak to it?
Sure, sorry, Dr. Johnson. Yes, what this is the resolution that we put out for our tentative budget that has to go on our webpage, published in the paper, and then also we put it in our office. So that's what this resolution is for. So we can do that.
Okay, so does the board concur that we should, that the resolution authorizing the preparation, placement for inspection and publication of the fiscal year 2022 tentative budget move forward to our special board meeting after this? That's for approval. We're okay with that, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is presentation of the fiscal year 2022 tentative budget.
Okay, this is an overview of the upcoming school year budget, and here to present this in with also a slide presentation, although she is remotely, is our CFO, Cindy Sidor. Cindy?
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I'm just gonna go over, because we put a pretty detailed script together on the board docs to read through. So I'm just gonna go through and just touch on some of the highlights of the budget. The next slide, please. The next one, the first slide we're going to look at is the budgeted revenues by source.
Actually, Cindy, could you just hold on for one moment? I'm not sure that the slide presentation is available to view for people who are not in person.
Yeah, we're not seeing it. Not seeing it.
So as soon as we get that up, we'll be able to get started again.
Okay, all right, thank
Yeah,
you.
it's not on the screen here. I've got it up on my back computer, but it's not on the meeting screen.
Dr. Johnson? We sent those in. There's three that we'll look at: the presentation, 5-year projection, and then fund balance.
For those links.
They're
to the
up.
presentation.
Yes, so we have those on the agenda. Cindy, my understanding is that we want to speak off of the slide deck that you have put in there and use that as a kind of your way to narrate it. If you would like a different document presented, that's great, or put up, we can do that. Just let us know which one you'd like to speak of.
Okay, yeah, we sent those in. Those are sent into the help desk to be presented for tonight.
Okay, the presentation is up, I believe, right now, so
It
you
is.
can go ahead. We are on the
Okay,
first
thank you.
slide title.
Okay, okay. To the next slide that says budgeted revenues by source. Thank you. So we put this in, we'd like to just give an overview. A chart is a nice way to see this, of where exactly our local, our state, and our federal funds are coming from. And as we can see, we get most of our revenue from our real estate taxes, and next year it'll be 79%, or this year it'll be 79%. Next slide, please. On this one here, what we have is we're going over the, just some of the highlights to this. And one is the real estate taxes that we have. We have 2.5 million that will receive less. We will have we've got 0.4, which was for the new property last year. So that's what we're going to receive for this. For the local revenues, we're going to receive 1.3 million, and that is due to food service actually moving from federal funding to back to local funding. And the last one to look at is the federal grant. We have 470,000 in there that we will receive. That is currently, because we were talking about the ESSER 3 grant. The ESSER 3 grant is 1.3. We have 3 years to spend it, but at this point, this is what's written into the budget. It could change throughout the year, but at this point, again, that's what we have. So we're saying that total revenues for next year will be a deficit spend of $759,000. Next slide, please. This one is the budgeted expenditures by object. Again, it's nice to see it in a pie form because then you can look at it and see exactly where the slices are at. And our 3 top ones we have are salaries, benefits, capital and equipment. This also, the capital side of it includes our projects. Next slide, please. This one here, again, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to talk through the just the highlights. And this is our purchase services. Our purchase services will be because food service and our bookstore will be back to normal capacity this year. And because they're back to normal capacity, they will be spending more in that. We have supplies and materials. We have transportation, and we also have the travel and conferences that will happen. So that made up a majority of that. And then the capital and non-capital that we talked about of the 171,000, that is for furniture and equipment in the classroom. We also have 4,600,000 for capital, and this is due to the project. So those are our highlights for this. If you could go to the next slide, please. This here is a comparison. This is just one page. We just condensed it down just to show one page here that what our comparison was to last year's 5-year projection. And then we're also our tentative budget has in it. So again, we just wanted to show this just so we could show a one pager on here. And then again, excuse me, our projected ending fund balance is going to be $88 million. Next slide. This here is just the budgeted timeline. So we put this in here just so we follow it along and make sure we're following what we need to do. Can you please bring up the 5-year projection? Yep, thank you very much. Okay, so on the 5-year projection, the one thing that I really wanted to show here, if you could just scroll up just a little bit. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. This is what we call our normal everyday operating budget that we use. So we put in here a surplus deficit before construction. The reason we've done this is because we want to go and we want to see if at any point we're in a deficit spend. If we're in a deficit spend, we know that this is coming from our normal operating. So we need to go in and address this. The one thing that is built into here is the capital building annual allowance of $4 million. So that is what we built into actually the budgets to show. If you weren't going to include this, and we put this at the bottom along with the rest of the capital, that would show that our budget, if we look at the last projection for if we look at the tentative budget and you went straight down for that, that's the third column, that would actually be $10.5 million. But we put it up here in this one just because it's an annual one. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay. So on here, we also have a, the second slide. You see, we go through and show the expenditures again, and now we put the capital in here now. With putting the capital in, if you see the highlighted total surplus or deficit, this is where you could see some negative numbers. If I'm looking at the negative in the tentative budget, I see I'm negative spending $13.6 million. If I see that, I could say, well, yeah, that's due to capital. But what I really want to check is my annual budget in line with where I should be? And then am I only truly spending the surplus on what we said we were going to spend the surplus on? So that's why we have this in two different places on the 5-year projection. The other thing is the bottom part, we say fund balance percentage of expenditure. That is what we're using just, and this is for total fund balance. So this is why we see 84 and 91%. We're just taking the ending fund balance and dividing that by the total expenditure for that year. Okay, that is it on this one. Could I see the fund balance summary, please? Okay, so thank you. So on this one here, we're just looking at what we actually would have for this year. And if we look at the operating, because in our policy, we say what our target is to be between 25 and 75% of our operating fund balance. If I go across this and I look for 22, we are at almost 78% of where we should be. We're a little bit higher than what the policy has. The bottom part is what's called our restricted funds. And in the restricted funds, that's money that either we have to we put it, that's in the levy, or it's also money that we have to transfer to Oregon. It's our IMRF and Social Security. So with that, those are funds that we can't transfer somewhere else. If we take that as a bottom of total funds, and that will give us what our total fund is, and I believe that was 84% of where we are for total funds. So these are the pages that we put through or put together for this year's budget. If there's any questions, that is the end of this presentation.
Ms. Dorr, questions from board members? Mary?
This is, I guess, a question for just to get a sense of where we are compared to historically. The percentage on human resources was around, I think, 48%. And I'm wondering whether that's typical, whether the amount that's being spent on capital projects is just a sort of a function of the current Imagine Plan construction, and when that ends, whether the ratios will change dramatically. Is that question clear?
Yes, I understand it. So yes, as far as human resource, yes, that's historically where we've been within that range. Capital projects, yes. The reason it's higher is because we are doing our capital projects. That will come down once we're done working on project one. That's because we're using our fund balance on it. And unless we use fund balance for any other projects.
But typically human resources expenses are around 50% or less than 50% of the budget?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's because you're looking at the salaries on there, 48%. You also need to add the benefits in too.
Right, okay. So I'm sorry, it's hard to flip between screens right now, but when you add in salaries and benefits, do you know roughly what the percentage?
Yeah, that is for employees. That's our employee portion of it.
That's 60%.
60%, okay, thank you.
Any questions? Ralph, Ray, Tom?
I just have a comment.
Mm-hmm.
because is looking at the fund balance. And it's gonna be kind of a walk down memory lane, so I'll be quick, but when the Financial Advisory Committee assembled in 2013 into 2014 and established the fund balance policy, that policy was established and the target, and Marion, you asked questions about this, which were good questions. And at the time, the fund balance was 140 years. I mean, it was in a stress year. And the 75% max was set with kind of an asterisk, which was the desire was 75% within 4 years, little asterisk, okay? But to do so in a financially responsible way, including, returning some money to the taxpayers, it doesn't mean just open up the bank account and throw away all the money. Looking at this data, here we are, it's 2022, and it looks like we're gonna get there. We are right, be on the cusp of being where the direction was set. So the pace has not been as quick. We've certainly had our share of issues in terms of pace. A lot has changed, but at least the vision that was established there's been truth to it, and we're really, in my mind, starting to get into a more, where that entity said makes more sense. So this is the first time I've seen a number, a number that has, not been 3 digits.
Right.
So.
Marion, did you have any other questions based upon Tom's?
No, I would just say, given all of the turmoil and uncertainty of the last year and a half, it's not surprising that, we throw off your projections a little bit, and it sounds like we're on track, so sounds good to me.
Thanks. Ben?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Can you hear me, Cindy?
Can, yes, but
Okay.
Mr. Atkins.
Okay, so as I understand this, in looking at the 5-year projections on the expenditure side, in your operating expenditures, you include $4 million of building maintenance. That's correct?
That is correct.
And then to determine what your surplus or deficit is on an operating basis. But that $4 million is in there accounted for.
That 4 million, yes, because we use that annually. It's not a one-off project we're doing. It is an annual allotment for that.
Okay, and so then I see capital for project 1, and then you have additional 10-year maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that is above the annual maintenance that's above and beyond $4 million that needs to occur in that particular school year.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, yes.
Okay, so looking out at these things, I'm looking at an additional, this year, 363,000, but next year, 2.7 million. The year after that, 812,000, and then in 2024-25, 3.8 million.
Mm-hmm.
And those are tied back to maintenance projects that have been presented, I'm assuming, somewhere along the line?
Yes, that was from the 10-year maintenance plan that was presented last year. Also too, to say that, looking at that, I've worked with Fred this year on this, and there may be some updates because they still needed to do a 25 and a 26 year too. So they were getting updates on that. There can be changes from the tentative to the adopted, but we would bring that to the committee of the whole first for their approval on it.
Okay, and then finally, after this school year, we're looking at $2.8 million, is this correct, of additional cost to close out project 1?
Yes, that was the number that I was given, that's what it would cost us.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions from any other board members? Okay,
Just, I guess leveraging or going with what Fred was saying, and then from a looking at it standpoint, kind of breaking the cap, we tend to break capital into different pieces, and to me, it makes sense, or it helps me to say, here's what we need excluding capital, and where are we in terms of total dollars? And then how much money do we have available for capital, recognizing we may, the big projects go into other areas. But it's just, we tend to separate out and put this $4 million number. I know, looking at historical numbers, it's not been 4 million, it's been bouncing around, and it's been north of 4 million. So that's somewhat of an arbitrary number, which I know has meaning in our discussions, but it just, to me, makes sense to put it with the capital. All right.
Are you saying move it from the top annual part and put it down at the bottom with the rest of it? Where the rest of the capital, project one is at, CIP additional?
So in a sense, I'm sorry, Cindy, so in a sense, what I hear you saying is not to separate in separate lines, I suppose, the construction capital projects from the regular building maintenance ones, because as I think that's what I'm here talking
We're
about.
putting some up here and some down there, and it really, we have all those resources to use, so.
Yeah, I just think logically it makes sense to itemize the different CapExes together so we know what's going on. I think one of the traditional, since I've joined the board, the prior board members have all raised the concern that we've not necessarily done a good job in ongoing capital maintenance. And so we've got a lot of deferred maintenance, which is creating a lot of long-term costs.
Right.
So getting away from that situation is a good thing, not a bad thing. I want to thank Cindy. I think that when I went through this financial information, I think it was reported in a really good way and much better than the past, much easier to follow. So I think the reporting is getting more transparent and better. So Cindy, thank you for that. But to Tom's point, it'd be nice to have a walk down of all the capital. So here's our CapEx expenses from a maintenance standpoint, life safety, blah, 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 all on one sheet.
Okay.
So we know what's going to that. And if we're getting rid of any of our long-term deferred maintenance, it'd be nice to know that too, because I mean, obviously that means we're paying a little bit more in maintenance expenditures in a given year than you normally would want to budget for, but we're making up for prior failures to fund the item. So knowing that and having a line for that would be helpful.
Okay, all right.
thank you. All right. Our next item is the Athletico contract. It come before us before, and it's back. I think that there was some issue with the contract itself.
Yeah, thanks. So the issues with the original presentation back in June, I think, have been resolved and clarified. The contract has been vetted and is consistent with how we have presented other contracts as well. I'm here to give you a little bit more information. Is Carolyn Gus. I believe she is remote and present there. I think she's looking in right now. And also here to ask questions if you have them is our athletic director, Nicole Benson, as well. So I don't know which one of you two is taking the lead. I believe it's Carolyn actually for the initial presentation. So Carolyn, if you want to jump in at any point, please feel free. Carolyn, do you hear us there at home?
Yes, sorry. I thought Nicole was presenting. Yep, so basically Athletico is our athletic trainers. Like Sarah said, that you've seen the cover memo. There was an issue with the contract, so we started from scratch with the attorneys and they negotiated the contract with Athletico's in-house counsel because they when I presented them with our regular professional services contract, they really marked it up a lot. So it was easier to start with. Our attorneys actually had just negotiated a contract with Athletico for Leiden Township. So we had somewhere to start with. So it was a lot better to do it that way than try and go back and forth with ours. And I believe that's it. Is there any questions? Can I help?
Yeah, my question relates to, this contract, in my view, is more of a fixed cost contract. If I read correctly, we pay them regardless of what hours we use, we pay them a fee on a quarterly basis. Is that
Yep.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, and yet we've had, and I'm gonna bring in other contracts just from a contrast standpoint, more to understand the thought process, because, we have contracts for other service providers, whether it's, psychologists, a variety of them that tend to be all on a variable basis. We pay per hour, okay? And there's a cap rate. And then we have, so I guess the question is, why is this one a fixed cost contract?
Well, I hate to say because that's how it's always been done, but that basically is how they've done it in the past. And I never, John Stelzer was very instrumental in, working with Athletico. I don't work directly with them very often. And I trusted and relied on his expertise, his professional expertise, as far as these types of contracts go for physical therapy and trainers.
So I guess I'll finish my question, because if ultimately it should be in our interests. So the question is, if we look at it, did working out this kind of an arrangement, because it does reference, I think, an hourly rate. But the end result is we pay them so many dollars. Other ones reference an hourly rate and we pay them per hour. So the question is, are we ending up, paying more than are we ending up favorable or unfavorable is the bigger picture question.
Sure. In my experience, I would have to say that it would be favorable to do it the way that we have it written in here. Only because of the flexibility within the hours. So we have a cancellation, hours are extended or hours are built in. If we go to an hourly rate, then we're looking at paying our trainers for instance, a Friday night football game as we await confirmation that the game will be canceled, and then that game could be resumed on a Saturday or a Monday or at a later time, resulting in doubling up of hours. When we have a fixed rate like this, we could then build that game or that reschedule into hours that are already allotted, with several of our other programmings going on at a regular time during that Saturday or that Monday hours, just for an example.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment, is that I had firsthand experience with Athletico, and I've been around for a few years, and I've seen situations with, can you hear me? Good night.
We can, but I don't, folks at home here.
We can hear you.
Okay. No, and I've had experience with situations where we've had employee trainers or faculty members who've taken training roles, etc. The people that we've had service our student body over the years, and we currently have I think Audrey and Tim, and before that Dave, and I forgot the other person's name, are outstanding. I mean, the service that we get, that our student athletes get from them, this is the biggest bargain that the school is spending money on. They are dedicated, I can show you text messages that I, as a coach, have gotten from them, you know, at 6 o'clock at night, that so-and-so had a sprained ankle, and we've instructed them to put ice on it, you know, and we talked to their parents, blah, blah, blah. And I just think that, that this, I'm gonna vote for this contract, and I encourage everyone else too, because these people are really top notch and take great care of our students.
Good to hear, thanks, Fred. Any board members at home have any questions?
I did have a question regarding so as I'm reading this contract, I read it before and just gonna read it again to make sure. So it's a fixed contract regardless if you use hours or not. And from my understanding, the only remedy you have is to terminate the agreement, which is not ideal. And also references COVID-19 as a act of God, right? But it says you can make up the hours during to terminate the contract, which is 2 years. If you can't really do that, isn't that just kind of lost payment or lost hours? Like say if we have a situation where we don't use half of it for the school year, something happens again and sports shut down, or is that just lost revenue? Is that what happened last year as well under this contract?
Last year it was, I'd have to look into, because I'm not involved in everything. So I would have to look.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just curious if the remedy for act of God or which is in provision further down the page, uncontrollable event, which is provision K. If we're allowed to, I guess the term starts over now in 223, the hours we did not use last contract period ended in 21, of course. Did I roll over to this contract? I'm just curious if there's unused hours we didn't get back or we couldn't allocate to this contract, or because we were shut down for a year. So more of a question, if you can look into that.
Yes.
Because
Sure.
I'm fine, as Fred stated, their quality. I've used them myself for my own injury. But if you're paying for it, I think it'd be nice to at least get some use of the hours we paid for.
Right, okay.
The trainers were on site and working last year. We had sports. Well, first of all, last summer we had sports camps, we had outdoor sports camps. They were here, they were doing testing and temperature taking and all that kind of thing.
Right, did we use all of it is my question.
The fall, winter, and spring, sports were going on to some degree. So the trainers were here, and they worked under unusual circumstances. I think they spent most of their time in the unheated stadium. But I would be surprised if there were many unused hours. Because I just know from my experience, they were here during the hours that they were needed and that they would normally be.
And there was also a shift. We didn't necessarily lose seasons, we shifted seasons. So the seasons where we would experience less hours, particularly in the summer and in part of the winter, those hours were, from my understanding, flexed into the summer, which otherwise wouldn't have been utilized in that manner. So we didn't necessarily lose hours, we flexed hours into different portions in different seasons.
That's fine. It'd be good to know if it happened. Because I know my daughter's track season was cut short halfway through it. So I'm not saying it happened. I just want to make sure we do understand if we did use those hours or not. And going forward, if we have the same situation, something happens. Just more of a accountability on my part. Just want to make sure we're doing right by what we're spending.
No problem.
Questions from anyone else? Okay, so this will go to the, sorry, let me see, we're just going 26, right?
Yes.
48, okay. Next, we have instruction, it's renewal of the cosmetology and barbering contracts.
Okay, Dr. Fiorenza is here to present this item. This is asking, presenting the information for our contracts for both Stroud's Beauty Academy and Anderson Reed's Barber Academy. providers for our students that we have been using for the past several years. So Dr. Freeland?
Good evening. As part of our career pathway program, we entered into a 2-year agreement contract with Miss Roberts Beauty Academy in 2017 and 18. We enrolled 3 students. In the 18-19 school year, we entered into a 2-year contract with Erskine Reeves Barber Academy. We opened this opportunity up at that time to juniors and seniors and got board approval to enroll up to 12 students. That year we enrolled 10. During 1920, we again entered into a new 2-year contract with both academies, enrolling 8 students. During the 2021 school year, we enrolled 5 students in the midst of the pandemic, of course. And currently we have 3 students enrolled in these programs. We'd like to continue this partnership with a maximum cost to the district of $101,752, which is already included in our district budget.
Any questions?
So just so I understand, so this is like a trade school agreement? Is
Correct. It's part of our career pathways.
And so they're not taking classes here, they're taking their full day as their.
Not their full day.
Oh, okay, so that's.
They take classes here. They leave 7th hour, 6th hour.
Oh, okay.
And spend the rest of the time that they have at the Barber.
Okay, I get it. Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Questions from other board members? We do have, I believe, an additional public comment. Gail, did you want to do that now?
Sure.
Overlook on my mistake.
Sure.
From Cherry Humbert. I do want to call your attention to one program chair who went above and beyond. Last year was my child's senior year. We were having 2 significant issues at school, one with another student harassing my child, and one with a teacher. These issues were so significant that they were causing trauma and harm to my child. Fauna Joyce called me about the upcoming IEP meeting and asked, "How are things going?" That simple question began a relationship that literally changed our lives. When I told Fawn about the 2 major issues with my child, she immediately jumped in to help. Her focus was completely child-centered. Fawn never said, "This is out of the scope of my job." Fawn did not try to pass the problems along to someone else. Fawn dived into the middle of the issues because my child at OPRF was severely struggling, and she knew that someone had to manage the issues across the silos and victims that is OPRF. She showed professionalism, integrity, compassion, and patience. Primarily Fawn centered the child. She had numerous conversations with my child to make sure he knew someone was trying to help him through the maze of red tape and handoffs at OPRF. Fawn advocated for my child, her most important child. Next, she talked to me every step of the way. That included calling me from home late at night and calling me while driving home with her own crying children in the car. Fawn understood that the issues needed urgent attention. The school day hours did not define the sense of service. She worked on my child's problems day and night. She's the epitome of a public servant in the public school. To think that the special education department would lose the leadership and example of Fawn Joyce to put her back in the classroom is disheartening. Of course, the students in Fawn's class would benefit from her loving and tender care, but the special education department needs Fawn in a leadership position. I would like to say that the special education department has 99 problems, but the program chairs are not one of them. I would like to encourage the executive director, Shalima Frank-Plus-Wu, to reevaluate her decision to remove the program chairs from their positions. I believe there are many areas that can be improved with special education, with one of the top ones focusing on twice exceptional learners at OPRF. That area is completely lacking from my experience in these types of learners sit in a no man's land at OPRF. It might also be prudent to have somewhat normal year with students and teachers in the school building before attempting to restructure. Also engaging students and parents about their experiences, good and bad, especially if it seem helpful to determine how this restructuring, who should be in what position. I found that parents in the special education.
I'm sorry, we're at 3 minutes. Sarah, is it almost over? Okay, all right, well, thank you, Ms. Humbert. We'll stop at 3 minutes. All right, our next item is, so board committees. I had wanted to bring this to everyone's attention, and I sort of talked individually with some of you, most of you, about this, but I don't know that we've ever really done an audit essentially of our own committees. And so in talking it through with Dr. Johnson, there's really, I think, two issues, right? One is the governance structure itself, and is this working for us and meeting our needs as board members in terms of keeping us informed, and being a good use of our time and our administrators' time. And then the second issue, of course, is the nature of the committees themselves. So I kind of broke it down into two parts, as you can see from my memo. So I don't know if folks want to talk about the historical reasons for how we got to a committee of the whole. I'm more than happy to talk about that. Of course, we lived through it together. But it seemed like a really inefficient use of everyone's time to have it split up into different areas, because we kind of benefit from each other's conversation. Most of the classroom, we benefit from each other's comments and conversation. So, so I want to know if committee of the whole is still serving our needs, if the committees that we have within committee of the whole are still serving our needs, et cetera. So I kind of just wanted to open this up to conversation to see what the board thinks and hear, in a group, how we're feeling about this, our governance structure itself. So if anyone wants to chime in, please just jump in.
Sarah, I feel new enough that I'm still learning committee structure. I think that's okay for me so far.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, one nuance that I forgot to add too is we've got this sort of hybrid situation going where we have some committees that have sort of not broken off. I mean, we're still doing them and talking about them in committee of the whole, but they have sort of additional meetings for chairs for those committees. And that kind of developed on its own. Like that was not, my recollection is that was not the original plan. The original plan was actually to walk that back. So I don't know if people think that there's much utility in having, is in my memo, Jackie Morris to meet with Dr. Johnson in his former role, to discuss instructional items, and then Ralph and I often will meet several times throughout the school year with Roxana Sanders to talk about policy issues. I don't know that we need to do those additional meetings unless somebody's finding value in them. Ralph, you would be a primary person to respond to that question. But I just want to offer that up so everyone's aware of the governance structure that we're operating under, because I don't know that people know that these additional sort of organizational meetings are occurring, and to see whether that's something we want to continue, because I did not assign anybody to instruction, for example. And then finance is its own thing that we're going to talk about a little bit separate and apart from this initial part of the conversation. So Fred, if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, just in speaking about the structure of a committee of the whole, and having experienced for 1 or 2 years the old structure and the individual instruction and policy finance committees, that was actually much more burdensome on board, in my opinion, on board members. Because I think we're assigned to 2 out of 3 committees, and all the committees went back to back. And so it would, if you happen to be on the 2 committees that were 1 and 3, you had to sit through committee number 2 in any event. And also, not being a member of, for example, I was not a member of the policy. And all of that information then, when we did get to our full board meetings, everything had to be I guess it's, say, re-explained or regurgitated or whatever you want to call it. And I just think that having a committee of the whole meeting where all agenda items are up front and I think it's fine to have leaders in each three of the three areas. You know, who would shepherd the agenda items for the committee of the whole. And I've never been one of those, so I don't know that the entire process and the burden that goes along with that. So, but it just seems relatively logical, and I've been relatively pleased with with the working of the committee of the whole, because a lot of the discussion that needs to happen does happen in the committee of the whole meeting. And all board members are informed. It's obviously it's a board meeting, so it's subject to open meeting, so it's transparent, etc.
Ralph, I don't know if you want to speak to the policy maybe directly, and I'd also like to hear from our administration too, if it's working for you all.
Yeah. Well, actually, I have a different take than Fred. I think having subcommittees that do the grunt work and then you bring it to the committee of the whole makes the committee of the whole meeting go faster and gets rid of a lot of the burden for everyone meeting as a team. And so I think the work that the policy committee did in the last year and a half is emblematic of that, right? We did the research, we drafted up some new policies that satisfied the various concerns that different board members were raising at different meetings. We brought it all together. We did the drafting. We submitted the drafting out for review. But doing all that at a committee of the whole meeting is really hard and time consuming. And so the way we did this at D200, we had committee of the whole meetings, but there were a number of subcommittees that had one board member on it, no more than two board members, so it didn't violate the Open Meetings Act. And they did a lot of the prep work so that when it was brought to the committee of the whole could just move right to the substance, analyze it, and make a decision as a team. So I think it saves a lot of time and shortens the meetings. And I think it's a good structure. And we had a very different, much more small D democratic approach at D200. The president didn't appoint, board members volunteered. And that's what we went with for the different committee structures, subcommittee structures really. And then they reported to committee of the whole. And a lot of the work that I think we had one on, just to go, they're very different than what we have here at D200. And I'm not suggesting these are the right committees for D200, but just to say what we had a personnel committee, we had a finance committee, we had a policy committee, and we had a CapEx committee. And they, I guess subcommittee maybe is a better word, right? And they literally did a lot of the detail work and cleaning up so that a more final product could be brought to the board. And then the board could, at the committee of the whole meeting, just look at the cleaned up product and the options and make decisions quicker. And it saved a ton of time. So I think that's a better way to go. We do tend to have, as we all know, long board meetings and long committee of the whole meetings. And so anything that saves time and effort and makes that go quicker, I'm in favor of. But, you know, there are different ways to do this work. I prefer that way, but I'm not like, well, that's what it's going to be. I mean, I can be talked into doing it the other way too.
So Rob, I think Fred are actually kind of saying the same thing, because Fred's speaking to the structure of the committee of the whole, which I don't think you're saying we should get rid of, correct, Ralph?
No, you don't get rid of the committee of the whole, but you have the subcommittees do a lot of the detail work before it gets to the committee of the whole. So the committee of the whole meeting could really focus on what the real options are for the board to consider, and then you get final board input as a whole.
So Ralph, can I ask you just one quick question about what you said? So I wrote down for D200 when you were sort of listing through the committees, did you not have an instruction committee or did I miss it?
We did not, that I know of. Instruction was really something that the administration and faculty drove, and they came to the board for approval. But and we knew about what was being considered. So there was a lot of, when I was at D90, there was a lot of instructional upheaval, right? Because we went to Common Core while I was there. And as Gina could tell you, that was not a fun transition. But our faculty and administration really drove that process, and they told us the different options that they were considering, and they reported to us as they piloted out programs in math and ELA, et cetera, and they piloted out different ways to articulate it and really make curriculum that was Common Core compliant, et cetera. So the faculty and administration drove the process. The board approved it. We knew the options they were considering. We heard their recommendations. So there wasn't an instruction committee. That was something that was left to the professionals who are on the front line implementing, and the board approved. We knew the options in advance. The only time the board specifically requested that the administration and faculty, and once again, it was that the administration and faculty look at a change in instruction, was when our equity committee decided that our extant pedagogy was not satisfactory for reaching all our students. And we requested that our administration and faculty come back to the board with recommendations for changes in pedagogy that would enhance the learning experience for all students, irrespective of their race or ethnicity. And we suggested that what the evidence indicated had been successful from changes in pedagogy included everything from utilizing or incorporating more aspects of culturally relevant pedagogy into overall teaching, to project-based learning and universal design for learning. And ultimately, after looking at this for 18 months, our administration and faculty came back to us with a recommendation that we move to the UDL. So we moved to the UDL, but we also incorporated a ton of the culturally relevant pedagogy in the UDL as the best way to create an environment. But once again, all the instruction was always driven by the administration and faculty and approved by the board.
So Rob, for example, tonight under instruction, we have the cosmetology and barbering contracts. Would that have gone under finance?
I'm sorry, Sarah, I can't hear you.
Sorry. So tonight under instruction, we have the cosmetology and barbering contracts. Would that, under the system you're speaking of, move to finance? Or would that stay in instruction?
I think that's appropriate in instruction, honestly. Tina?
Yeah, can I jump in for a second? I do appreciate actually all of what has been said very much. I feel like I really do like the idea of subcommittee work. I feel like in my short 2 years on the board, what I've noticed is that we do have folks doing the work. Like I know that for CCB, we're doing a number of things, but I have not necessarily come back and reported to the board, this is what we're doing and this is what the outcome was. And I don't know if I've seen that from the other subcommittees or committees outside of the policy piece that Ralph mentioned. So I really like the idea of us breaking the work up in some ways, but I don't want to lose sight of what Fred said that I really appreciate. When we're together as a collective, there are things that come up that the subgroups may or may not hit on, and I really find that our committee of the whole time to be really valuable. And now that I've said all of that, my initial thing that I really wanted to say was that I really want to hear from the administration on what their thoughts are. I'd love to hear from Dr. Johnson about what is going to make us the most effective team in their eyes for how we move forward the work that we have set about to do in our strategic goals already.
Sure, I'll be happy to speak to that. And also throw out another question into the conversation, I think, for us to consider. So first, I think that in some ways, the committee of the whole meetings have worked. I agree with the comments about it being an effective platform for the board to discuss, vet around, and in other ways, vet ideas and topics that are going to be eventually moved forward for a formal vote of one form or the other. And that it's been a valuable meeting for our administrative team since I've been here. So I think from our perspective, the first question is, how does committee of the whole work? It generally works well. I think that we could use some tightening up though around the distinction between how we use discussion items. I mean, committee of the whole is by nature, it's a discussion format. And the discussion items that we have at the regular board meetings, what are the distinctions between those two things? On one level, it's easy to say that the discussion items during the COW meeting are useful for vetting ideas that 2 weeks later are going to be voted on. But sometimes throughout the past 4 years, we've used those two spaces interchangeably. And so some discussion and direction from the board about how to draw a line between those two items, I think could be valuable for us as we aim to make the meetings that we put together and that we are bringing to the public here as efficient and transparent and as functional for everybody as possible. Regarding the previous the second conversation that has popped up here about how the kind of side conversations go outside of this with, as Ralph pointed out, you have 1 or 2 board members who are working on policy or finance or whatever. I think that the example that Ralph gave about policy is perfect because it dives right into the nature of board work. You're diving in, vetting, discussing, drafting various possible policies. I think that those separate conversations on an instructional item possible, and sometimes they have been absolutely invaluable for us as an administrative team over the past few years, but they're definitely different in nature. They're more of a kind of a feedback loop rather than a design loop, right? I mean, we don't have, I really appreciate the line that's been drawn, between the instructional initiatives and the developing our instructional approach within a school district is the work of our teachers and administration and other folks who are supporting that in the district. And the board's role is to govern that process. And so if there are if we continue to have those separate committees, I think it would be wise to articulate that they don't all function the exact same way. They have kind of different charges within them. One policy would therefore, be a little bit more hands-on, and the instructional work would be, a little bit more of a governance perspective, for example. But yeah, so I don't know if I touched on all the topics there, but that's a good general overview, I think, from our perspective.
Thanks. Yeah, I want us to just name what we're doing, I think is what I'm requesting here from a little guidance from the board in terms of the subcommittee thing. I'm totally fine with that suggestion, especially as it relates to finance. I mean, Tom's been doing that a lot, sort of just as his nature. But we never named it, right? Other finance, I should kind of carve that out since we're going to talk about it in a second. But that does go on a lot behind the scenes, and it does help us get organized. So do we think the committees that we have naturally lend themselves to subcommittees? I mean, policy certainly has instruction, that one's a tougher call for me. Finance, I think, certainly does as well. Do we want to have sort of board specific, that's a distinction I'm making specifically to finance, board member specific subcommittees? And if so, Ralph, I appreciate your comment about democracy. I definitely would want people to self-select into whatever niche they felt most comfortable, with the understanding that we can only have 1 to 2 people on each. Does that sound like something that we want to do for each of the committees that we have currently? And do we want to add any other committees potentially to talk about other things? I'm not suggesting that we do, but I'm putting that there.
Jump in.
Yes, please.
And I'm gonna kind of cover a little bit of what's already been discussed. So having kind of been in a variety of different ways and why it was done and is it working. So we went from individual committees to the COW because of what was perceived as a lot of redundancy. And, I guess that just raises a question of just how we want to do our work. And I think I would agree with a number of the others, which is we need some working functions, working groups, and smaller empowered groups to me are more effective. Working as a COW to actually say we're going to have a working session with 7 members is a bit of a challenge. So I think it is more of a second level up. So I do like with chairs, right, that are empowered to bring forth what the issues are. Now, with that, the redundancy issue came up because if the cow, when we bring it forth, has to go to the same detail that the individual working committees went through, then it's redundant. So there needs to be some, expectation, some trust in terms of how that fits in finding that right balance. Because that's kind of why we flip-flopped it. And from my historical perspective, I do think, and I think Ralph's example of policy is a great example of how I would see things working, and there's others that have been affected. So I believe keeping the cow is good, but have it be more where the individual subcommittees basically can present their findings and have a little more dialogue, but not replow the whole field. Okay, I think it's a key, otherwise we're back to that. With that, then for the individual subcommittees, which you kind of teed off, I think it's important that there is accountability, that each of those committees should be reporting subcommittees to the cow on what's going on. Just so that we can be together, and because ultimately then it will get to the board meeting. And some of that stuff is stuff that's more, it might not be a vote, it might be just work that will get you to a point, okay? The other point is that when you have subcommittees, then you're talking about the ability to expand the reach, right? To have community participation and the like, which all is, in my mind, beneficial as we're doing it. So, and I do think, so, you say which ones, finance, I think is a needed subcommittee, and I would highly advocate it having community involvement.
Yes. I don't know how to have this, so yes, Tom, I'm wondering if we want to have two different types of finance subcommittee. One is a finance advisory
Committee and then
which is community, but then one would be more just focused on the actual work of the board and less about community input. Do we need that? Do we need that? Do we need both and? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I see a very, I see a distinction between the work of the board when it comes to finance, and if that's done in a subcommittee structure versus a financial advisory committee situation where that includes members of maybe staff and community members and maybe some professionals in the community who have experience with finance. So in both finance and facilities, I see a very distinct, I can see a distinct difference in duties in what a couple board members on a finance committee may be working with the administration doing versus what whether it's a board or a superintendent committee, but a committee that incorporates outside voices and to hear the voice of the community as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely see two different structures there.
I mean, I do too. I just want to make sure that that's the consensus.
Yes.
So can we talk about instruction for a second? I honestly don't, I've never understood why we have an board level instruction committee, because that is so, at least for me, so not what I do, right? I really rely, as we should, on the administration to do that. So I've never quite appreciated why we have an instruction committee at the board level. So I don't know how people feel about that, or if people want to give me their perspective and I'm missing something. it just seems to me that that's very heavily, I mean, we're not the experts, right? We're not, we should be determining that, so.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. And it worked really well in my prior board experience, having it done the other way. And if you think about it, the board actually stepped in the right way on instruction in D90, right? Because we identified an ongoing issue. And our issue at D90, our gap between the performance of our minority students and our white students was less than the state's gap. So I guess yay. But the real problem that we identified at the board level was the gap worsened over time in D90. So clearly something in our instructional process was not engaging our minority students the same way it was engaging our non-minority students. So when the board had enough data on that, they said, look, you're the experts on instruction. Find us one that'll eliminate this. And so what we're doing now is clearly not working for all our kids. But that's the only time the board was proactive in asking the administration and faculty to change instruction. And even then, the final recommendation on how best to change instruction to eliminate this negative outcome that we'd identified through the data was left up to recommendations that were going to come from the administration and faculty. Sarah, to your point, they are the experts, and really, they were very communicative to us on which different options they were looking at. We suggested some that the evidence came up. They actually piloted a few different types. So there was a lot of communication back and forth between the board, administration, and faculty over the issue. But at the end of the day, instruction, the final recommendation on instruction was a recommendation that came from faculty and administration to the board approved. And I think that that's the way that should always work, in my opinion.
Yeah, it seems to me that the committee structure places us in personally, it's my opinion only, but places us in an inappropriate sort of fiduciary role over the instruction piece. When really it should come to us for monitoring and for approval of larger items directly from the administration. So I feel like this might be controversial. So Mary Ann?
Well, I have questions. I think I'm not invested in the committee structure one way or another, right? So I think my question is not so much about the fiduciary part, but the policy part, because there's a lot of instruction that is policy, right? And even as much as in things like switching from one model to another, to me that's a policy decision, right? And so I would like us to be sure that we as a board have mechanisms so that we have good understanding of instructional changes and how instruction is happening. And partly this is coming out of the fact that, more and more I'm realizing just how little I know about how high school instruction works, especially this is a very different kind of school than the one I went to, which was 300 students, right? And so, in a private school. So, and it's very different from how college is structured. And so, the challenges are different. And so I don't know that I need to be on an instruction committee. But and I guess partly this is also coming out of like I recently completed the mandatory training for new board members. And I was pretty frustrated by what was required because it was 4 hours of and the state mandated, right? So but it was 4 hours of sort of legal how you don't get sued for the most part, right? And yes, board members need to know that, but I was really surprised that there was no instructional education piece to it for school board members. That there was no, like they referenced the fact that we used to follow No Child Left Behind and then that changed, but they didn't actually pause to explain that difference and what structures, how Common Core works, et cetera, right? So I don't know how this should be addressed, but so maybe it is a series of presentations. Maybe everybody else knows this already. I don't know. But I feel like if we're going to be voting on policy things, we need to understand the educational components and stuff. So,
Yeah, and Ryan, just to sort of my own clarity, the trainings that you're referring to, they're the state mandated, like para and OMA?
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else at home, I'm sorry, Cabrera and Gina, it's hard for me to tell if you want to jump in.
Well, I just appreciate what Marianne was saying. Thank you, Marianne. It's part of why it's important to have educators on school boards. Because when we get to those spaces and folks who've never been in education, never taught anything, and it's why it's a good thing that educators do run for school boards and are on school boards. So there's an expertise level that's important and required. And unfortunately, it's not required that school boards have educators on them. So thank you for bringing that up. I just really appreciated your comment.
I want to add just one small response to something that you said to clarify. So board policy does require that curriculum approved by the board. So any significant curriculum change beyond what's currently listed and approved in our academic catalog would be required to go to the board for approval. So the committee structure and the conversation, I'm not sure if this is a misunderstanding of what you said or maybe just a clarity to add on top of it, hopefully. But the committee structure that I believe we're discussing here is independent of that board requirement to approve. So those curricular items, regardless of any conversation here, would still need to come.
yeah, and I think that's fine. I think, I don't know what Dr. Moore did or didn't find helpful about being on the instructional committee before. I don't have any stake in such a committee existing. It's more just making sure that when that kind of thing comes to the board, we have an educational piece that happens, so we understand what it is that we're voting on. That's
No,
all.
thank you, yeah, that's helpful. Cabrera, I don't know if you wanted to chime in at all.
No, I don't really have anything to add, but I did appreciate the comments made for instruction. That really should be us learning or collaborating with administration, not really telling them how to do it. That's really their expertise. So I do agree with that format being preferred for me.
Okay, thanks. So here's what I suggest, just summing up what I've heard, and please correct me if I'm getting anything wrong. So instruction is no longer going to be a committee, a separate committee. I don't know if this might just be semantics, but I'm a governance nerd, so I just want to make sure that we are doing this cleanly. Instruction is no longer going to be board committee, because that's our administration's responsibility, and they will report to us directly as needed for any sort of policy or significant curricular changes with presentations that help us understand what we're voting on. Finance will become, will have its own subcommittee, which it has not, at least not one that's been named. If anybody would like to volunteer to be that subcommittee's lead, that would be great. Tom does a ton of finance, so I'm not even gonna look at him because I don't have to think yes.
I was going to say Tom. I was going to say I volunteer Tom.
Fine. And then policy will stay as it is. Are there any other committees that we should have that we don't have? I mean, Ralph, for example, mentioned a couple that we have personnel.
I have a question / comment. I'm curious about us doing a review of our current committee structure and current committees and being evaluative of what we have and what we might need based on what the administration thinks would be useful. I mean, I know that you're kind of summing it up, and I am in agreement with your summarization, but I just would really like, I mean, we've never really analyzed it in any way to see what would be actually most effective based on what the administration thinks would be most useful, and what we think would be most useful based on our fiduciary as well as policy making decision processes.
And so that's put you on the hot seat. I mean, certainly this is a conversation that can continue if you want time to sort of talk to your team about it, Dr. Johnson, like a recommendation.
Yeah, I think that definitely would be a good idea. I want to make sure I understand the way we this down, so, and I have two questions for clarity. First, I think what's on the table right now, as you summarize it, is basically, yes, a subcommittee for finance, but we also talked about breaking that down into two different kind of.
We're not to that part of
So
the
we're not to that
conversation
point
yet,
yet.
sorry.
So just one subcommittee we're talking about there. Basically maintaining a finance subcommittee and a policy subcommittee is where we are right now. Yeah, I mean, I think I have no worries that won't work for us. So I believe that will work for our needs moving forward. I also want to clarify, perhaps even before we go home, that we have not, even though we've talked about not having an instructional subcommittee to kind of feed and items for the cow, we are not talking about taking instruction off of the cow agenda. Instruction stays there. I just want to be very clear. Think of that
Instruction is
committee.
the point of everything that we do.
Exactly. Okay. Very good.
So,
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, we had regular conversations with the administration and faculty on instruction, regular reports, but it was driven by, and we were being informed, and then we approved. And we also, like, Greg, I know you're familiar with when Common Core came in, there was no such thing as math compliant Common Core curriculum. That animal did not exist. People were restamping books as if it was, but there really wasn't. And so we ended up, after a lot of conversations, and our faculty piloted out 3 or 4 different math programs, one University of Chicago, one USC, one this, one that. They decided that there was no one turnkey method that would give them a Common Core compliant math curriculum that they could articulate across all grade levels. So we decided to develop our own. Now, and the board approved that. But the board understood, like, throughout the process, the faculty was telling us what they were piloting and what the different advantages of the different approaches to math were, and what the different areas were. They had concerns about the different approaches to math. So the board felt like at the end of the day, we had been so well informed by our faculty and administration about what they were concerned about, what they thought were advantages and disadvantages, how they were running their pilot, that when they made a recommendation for us on a path to go forward, it was very easy for us to support the recommendation, right? We were informed by the experts appropriately along the way.
Yeah, Ralph, you're making me think about with the curriculum restructuring and how that was done. It was led by the experts in the building, and then we were kept apprised of it. So it's a very similar process we've already been engaged in.
Yeah, I don't know that this functionally really changes much. I just want us to be clear that the administration on issues of instruction reports directly to the board, and there is no committee process, right? There is no vetting process because it's not board work for us to do that, right?
Thank you. It's very clear now. I think where we are. So, yep.
So one other issue that you brought up that you wanted clarification on was discussion items
For regular board meetings.
for regular board meetings.
How that articulates with cow items here.
I don't personally have an answer. I think my sense of it has always been that if it comes up and it's closer to one or the other, that's when it gets presented, or if one is super busy, it might go to the other one.
Absolutely. That's if it's felt that way for you, I can say that in the conversations that we've had throughout the past few years, that's exactly how it's gone. Except for in some instances, we have recognized that the regular board meetings have a little bit more viewership or a little bit more attendance occasionally. So if an item is of particular public interest, we might deliberately move it to a discussion piece at the regular meeting because of that attention. And if that still works, we can continue that approach moving forward. But yeah, I just want to make sure that if there is a more clear line that the board would like us to draw between the two items, that we think about it. We come back and talk about it later if we need. But
Could we back up one step? This would help me understand better. Can we define what a discussion item even is? Because sometimes it feels like it's monitoring, sometimes it feels like it's just sort of informational, but relevant to something else we're doing. You know what I mean? I think it would be helpful from the board to hear from board members what constitutes a discussion item. And that might help clarify where it sits.
that'd be great.
So how do board members feel about that? I mean, I've been trying now for a year and a half pretty diligently to pare down our board meetings to board level work. And this, I feel like, is one of the final key pieces to doing that, so I would love to hear more from you guys.
I think it's a good move. And, just I want to address the specifics of finance, just to put my neck on the line. One, been there, done that, okay? I've chaired, okay, and would gladly do so. I would cherish having another board member to join in to work with and really build a working relationship. And I would gladly, if, cede to someone else to do it if they had the passion. So I don't want to hog the space, but that's kind of my quick answer.
I appreciate that, that's very gracious of you. And so anyone who would like to join Tom on finance, please let me know, and we'll sort of see who gets that brass ring fastest. So in terms of the discussion item piece, thoughts about what does the board consider worthy of a discussion item? I don't know that it's ever really been articulated directly.
I think our government, when we had our retreat, we talked about this, and two things come to mind. One is that in many ways, it's a chance to inform the board, and I think Dr. Johnson said it well. I mean, inform the community as well. So I think there's an important part of that we need to keep in mind. Inform the community, because this is an opportunity. Pulling away from that, in terms of board work, informing the board in our business meeting, I would say that with the premise that we will get more information presented to us in written summary form that we can do as homework, that should fit out the need. Then discussion items should really be just, did you get it? Did you understand it? Are there questions about it versus a 3-hour presentation? I think we had that discussion, and it was very helpful to me. And how do we pivot to do that? Because that's a better use of our time. Recognizing that it's the questions in shared, the shared deliberation that really is beneficial. So I think that was helpful for me to kind of set the tone. Now we got to put it into practice and, get to that right level of we're spending a lot more time doing discussion here than we need to be, or we're kind of starting.
So it sounds like your criteria, right, for what kind of information is a discussion item is if it's particularly relevant to the community or to the board.
So a discussion item, it's informing us about things, right, that we may not be voting on, but indirectly, it's important to understand.
I guess what I'm asking is how do we know what things? You know what I mean? Like, do we have specific things to kind of guide the administration in terms of what we want to, what we hear about, right? Because if we're not voting on it, it might be hard to draw.
Sarah, I don't think we could identify those things in advance. I mean, that's right. So the way the discussion items worked, once again, in my prior existence as a board member, there are two things. Either the board had a specific question that they wanted the administration to address at a board meeting in response to either a board member's concerns or a member of the community's concerns that they brought to the board, right? And so we'd go to the administration and say, a classic example of that was we had someone come to us that was concerned that some of our software agreements were so broadly drafted with the vendors of the education apps that the vendors of the education apps could get inappropriate access to and utilization of student data. Well, that's something to talk about because there's all kinds of federal and state laws on that. So we brought that concern to our administration. Our administration, went to the lawyers. They came and made a major presentation to us. It ended up with us changing policies and doing an audit and cleaning up our work. So that was a discussion item that came from the community and the board. One that came from the administration and faculty to us. I'll go back to the math example just to keep it in. So when we were cleaning up our math curriculum, it was discovered that there were some issues in the math department. And so the board, the administration and faculty brought those issues to us. And we had a discussion about it. What are the best ways to resolve it? How do we move forward? That kind of thing. And then they reported back on it. Or when the board, when the administration found that there was, something that they were particularly concerned with in the response to our survey questions that came out, right? They said, hey, this is a particular challenge that we feel is an issue for our school district. We want to talk about it with the board, and then we want to see if there's a way we could go to resolve this. So the things that end up being discussion items, I think, will change. Some will generate from the board to the administration and faculty predicated on either an individual board member's concerns or what board members hear in the community. And some will be generated by the faculty and administration when they identify issues or concerns they have, or positive things that are happening at the school district that, as board members, we're not in the building, we don't know what's going on, but we have a discussion over it. So I think it's really hard to limit those in advance. And then the final area would be the kinds of things Tom was talking about, where a whole packet of materials was sent out to the board. We did our homework, and let's say Mary Ann had a question about aspect A, and Gina had a question about aspect B, and Sarah Spivey had a question about aspect C. And so we would discuss those three aspects of this big proposal, having all done our homework.
Yeah, thank you. I think that makes sense. I just want to make sure that the administration has the clarity that they need, but if okay, right?
Yeah, I agree with what Tom said. I agree with what some of the things that Ralph has pointed out, but I just want to be very direct that this is a public body. These are public meetings, and I think one of the importance is that these discussion items that our work is transparent and in front of the public and out there and that's why I think a lot of times these discussions are very important. Not just because we're getting ourselves into a mode for direction to the administration or a decision or whatever, or just being informed, all right? But it's also informing our community about what's going on here, all right? And then we get the feedback also from time to time. Once in a while, we get a little feedback from the community. And yeah, it was. But no, it is, I think it's very important that some of these discussions, like, the first discussion we had is this new seated board regarding, the graduation requirements and what the Royal Kids brought up. I thought that was a very important discussion to have, in front of the community, and for the community to hear what the board had to say and what the administration. So I think that as we do our homework and we ask our questions, then we make sure that we're transparent about what we're thinking about, and how we're making decisions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, we certainly need to get rid of discussion items. I just want to try to better clarify board work versus staff work, operations versus policy, right? And so that's my intent here by asking some of these questions. Gina or Brave, I don't know if you wanted to chime in on any of this first part, and then we can move to the second part. And I'm sorry, I know this is going long, forgive me. It's like defeating the purpose of what I'm trying to do here, but. Okay, so let's move on to part two. Part two has to do more with community engagement with the board. So we do have two board committees that, well, one really, which is CCB, right? It used to be called PTAC, which is a statutorily required committee, that was sort of subsumed into CCB, so that we're still meeting our statutory requirements. But the conversation has expanded considerably. I'm very grateful to Gina, who has been the chair of that for, I don't know how many years now. Is this year 3, I think? So that, and it's a ton of work, so I'm really grateful to her for that. But I did want to just make sure that that committee, I don't have any suggested changes personally, but I want to make sure that that committee too is still serving the purpose, and if it needs any tweaks to its purpose or any guidance from other board members, I thought that this might be a time to talk about that as well. If anyone has suggestions for work that they would like to, you know, any changes, either whether composition or direction or anything like that. No, okay, great. And again, Gina, thank you. I don't know if you want to speak to that at all, Gina.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the conversation about CCB that this year, Greg and I have already met and started having some conversations about Dr. Johnson and I have met and started some conversations about looking at CCB and some additional things that we can be working on as far as, because it is such a large body of input, and the input that we get is from such a diverse group of community, family, students, staff, and teachers soon to be this fall. So I'm excited about some of the things that we're talking about, how we're moving forward and what we're looking at. And I know that accountability was part of CCB, like the accountability committee had kind of merged with it. We've had some conversations about how things might shift a little bit, but it's all very forward moving and exciting. So looking forward to what I'm hoping, like I mentioned earlier, what I'm hoping is that we get an opportunity to present a little bit more fluidly throughout the year on some of the things that CCB has been doing, as well as how it informs our work as a board. So thanks.
Thank you. And then there's some other committees that have sort of come up, board members have mentioned to me, and I've had some pretty in-depth conversations with some of you about these. One would be a finance committee. There is a finance advisory committee that has existed for, I think, maybe 2 years, the past 2 years. And Craig Isley was a part of that, and he was sort of instrumental in helping create it. He had done something similar when he was on the board of D97. So that has been a superintendent committee. And of course, the distinction being the superintendent committee is a little bit more agile. It's not subject to OMA. They tend to be more flexible and easier to schedule. There's not the same quorum requirements, et cetera. So that structure could remain, right? That could remain a superintendent committee. It would be at our superintendent's discretion, of course. Or it could become a board committee that the board would authorize and appoint members to, and then it would function in an Open Meetings Act compliant way. I think there's benefits to both, really, right? The agility of the superintendent committee, the maybe structure or sort of elevated appearance, at least, of the issues. I do strongly suggest that we continue to have such a committee. I think the community input on our finance policy is really important. Tom, and I messed up, and I'm sorry. I did not append, as I said I would in the memo, the charter that Tom created, which is excellent. I didn't do that because we didn't have something similar for facilities, which is the other one that I want to talk about this evening. And so I wanted to bring those both to you together, which is why I held off on doing it for half and half. So Tom, I don't know if you want to talk at all about your thoughts on this, because this is something you worked on a lot.
Yeah, we have had I'm gonna give you the long version of having, I've been involved in board committees that were short-lived in terms of the financial advisory committee. I was on a financial advisory committee that was the superintendent committee. I was on a financial advisory committee that was part of a board committee. that was short-lived. But on the superintendent committee, which is this CFC. Okay, and it's my recommendation that it be a board, we elevate it to a board committee. I think, there is a lot of benefit to not having it that way. But I also believe that from a transparency standpoint, it would be a good step forward. I think it would just, put it in a different posture. So I'm an advocate of doing that. I'm strongly in favor of having the, community input into that process. So, and when the document can be shared, it really, I think the key here is this needs to be a strategic thinking committee, right? I mean, the goal is not to have a committee that says, let's look at the fee structure for the students for this year, but it's more let's weigh the long-term levy position and look at the fund balance, et cetera. It needs to be much a strategic goal.
Okay. Do others want to weigh in as to the benefit or any unintended consequences of creating such a committee? Okay, we can, then I will disseminate Tom's document, and we can perhaps have it as an agenda item on the regular board meeting creation of that committee, because it would have to be by board vote.
And just one other comment that I think that's in there specifically and intentionally is actually having the chair of that committee be someone from the outside.
From the community.
Correct. Yeah. Having chairmanship, chairwomanship, chair leadership, be a non-board member, I think is again a sign of outreach, and getting engaged.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So then the other committee is facilities, and again, this does also have a little bit of history to it in that we have the Imagine Work Group, which was again a superintendent committee convened last year, 3 years ago now. That functioned great, and it did have, as Tom just alluded to, it did have 2 community member chairs who did an outstanding job, frankly, of gathering input and information and aggregating that in a way that was really helpful for all of us. So the piece I sort of struggle with a little bit with this committee is not philosophically, but I don't want us to get too much into operations, which facilities can very quickly do. Literally, it's where we it's our base of operations. So if we did create a board committee, I would just want to make sure that we're talking about some sort of policy around facilities versus a needs assessment, which I think is operational. So Fred, I know you have thoughts on this if you want to start.
Well, I kind of disagree with your last statement because Imagine was a needs analysis. It was a student focused.
But it was a superintendent committee, is a distinction I'm making.
Focused needs analysis.
Right, but I'm saying
that's what it was. So no, I believe that we need a facilities committee. Now, if having whether it's a board committee or a superintendent's committee, I really don't have the foundation to really understand what the difference between the two would be. I think operationally they would function pretty similar. Or at least in terms of what expectations and outcomes would come. But I think that there needs to be some monitoring and some oversight, and there definitely needs to be community input. All right, I witnessed along with Matt Barron, we were liaisons to the Imagine Committee. We were not participating members. All right, we had no input as board members. We went to meetings and we observed, and the community were the people who put this together under the leadership of 2 very high quality people. And the committee was chosen, which included staff and faculty, staff, and community members. And they did a very comprehensive needs analysis, interviewed every program, interviewed kids, interviewed teachers, interviewed community members, and determined a long-term facilities program. In the work group, once in November, the final results were given, and I encourage anybody who hasn't read at least the executive summary to go back to November, the regular board meeting in November of 2018. And it gives a great overview of how that committee operated and what it did. And then the committee disbanded. And so I think that with the facilities opportunities that are coming up, and that we need, and whether it's on a board basis or it's a superintendent, we need to continue to get community. There has to be a mechanism. It has to be focused on students. One of the things that I noticed that the other day when I was looking at the strategic plan, that all of a sudden under, I think it's item 4, which is facilities and finance, there's all these projects listed there, which doesn't seem to be for me strategic. Those specific things, we're gonna get this done, we're gonna get this done, we're gonna get this done. It's really not an overseen, and I don't know how and when those came about. But I see a facilities committee that will report back to the superintendent or the board, depending on who's, auspices it's under, on the needs. One of the big problems that I've seen is that there really hasn't been an articulation between the long-term maintenance issues and the capital issues. All right, they stand separately. They're separated in our budget. And I thought that was going to be an ongoing process and a simulation, because there are items that are listed as capital maintenance projects or elements that are listed and addressed in Imagine. All right, but for some reason, somehow they've been accelerated and brought up to the top of the list. And I think that needs to be revisited and evaluated by the community. So that's where I stand, and especially with the things that are going on right now, and being on the cusp of trying to figure out how to finance and move forward with project 2. I think it's imperative that we go back, revisit, and update, and keep that process moving forward as it was supposed to be, because it was supposed to be a living document. It was supposed to be a living process, and it just, I know, believe me, I understand over the last 18 months, there's been a few other things that the administration's been spending their time with, but I think it's an important thing that we go back, revisit, and move forward.
Dr. Johnson, I don't know if you have any perspective on this from an administration side.
I think that to the extent that whether it's superintendents or a board committee, I really guess with the board side of it, I think the idea of having a facilities committee that involves community voice within it can only help to improve the quality of understandings between the board, the administration, and the community in a lot of ways. So I think it's a very good idea from that perspective. I would just want to keep a very close eye on, and I'm sure the board would, about the potential for separating the potential effects of having two distinct committees, facilities and finance, that really could have a very strong effect on one another, right? So you can see there's a real need for articulation between those committees as we move forward. Even in your comments right here, of course, facilities committee is needed because we have the potential of project two and different funding scenarios on our horizon here. We would just want to make sure that probably in this space that articulation occurs between those two. We don't get one out of sync with the other. It's easy to see one getting very much entrenched in one thing, and we have a lack of communication because we set up separate communities to do something that in some ways a unified task. Yeah, that's all I would say.
All right, so Sarah, can I kick in on the facilities committee? Yeah, so we need one. And I'm a big fan of what all the work that went into the Imagine and the great concepts in there, but any long-term facilities plan has to be, to borrow Fred's word, a living document, because things change. You break open a wall and you discover things you didn't know before you broke open that wall that you need to deal with. It's just the truth. So whenever you have, and one of the areas I think the D200 board historically has not been good on is facilities management and maintenance management. So cleaning that act up is obviously an important thing to do. Having regular meetings between, and I don't care if it's a superintendent's committee or a board committee, I don't care how it's structured, I do think it should be a board committee, but between the board and the administration on the ongoing developments when you have major capital programs going on, number one, and articulation is needed in more than way. We do need to ensure that the reporting and the prioritization of the projects between what's being done that we would like to do to improve the learning facility a la Imagine versus what we need to do for life safety and or maintenance has to be articulated and prioritized. And the more the board is involved in discussions on that early on with the administration as the progress is unfolded and then reporting back to the board, the more collaborative the process ends up being and the better the final capital facilities plan is. I mean, so when I joined the board, we did not have a rolling 5 and 10 year maintenance plan. We do now. We did not have a prioritization of the maintenance items from a must do, would like to do kind of thing. We do now. So we're starting slowly to clean this stuff up, but I really think we need a facilities committee. And Fred, maybe you're going to volunteer to be the one that's on that one. So I do think we need a facilities. I do think we need a facilities committee that's constantly engaged with the administration to make this process one that does comport with both board policy and one that we as board members are more current on sort of the exigencies involved in it and then having regular reports. So when we had a facilities committee at once again, D200, and at the town meeting, it would make a regular report. And if there was nothing to report, there was nothing to report. If they didn't have to meet, they didn't meet. But when we had hot button things going on, the fight over the parking lot, the fight over air conditioning, the fight over the build up of Lincoln, the build up of Willard, the fight over what to really do from a special ed needs standpoint with our facilities. We had some horrible issues with special ed facilities in our buildings. You know, then we had regular meetings and regular discourse, and the facilities committee was reporting to the board at every meeting on the process as plans were being developed. And all that work was being integrated with our 5 and 10 year rolling capital plans so that we could prioritize what had to be done and how we spent our money. So yes, I'm a big fan of having a facilities committee.
So Rob, is that a board level committee or superintendent committee?
I think board. In my opinion, but I could be talking, if Dr. Johnson would prefer a superintendent committee, I'm okay with that. But my mind at the board level. And Fred, thanks for volunteering.
Gina, good for you, Mary Ann. Thoughts on this? Okay. Gina, I'm sorry.
I was muted, but I was just nodding yes. I agree with the facilities committee, yeah. Like I nominated Tom before, I would like to nominate Fred to lead it. So, yeah. Also, if we don't have if Tom doesn't have a second person to join him on the finance piece, I would love to do that.
All right. That's our team. So Dr. Johnson, maybe you and I can talk some more, and you can talk with your team some more, and we can have a recommendation for the board as to whether there should be a board committee or not for facilities.
Yeah, I would appreciate a little bit of time on that one. But the key difference between the two being, as you framed it, agility, right?
Agility and what's board work, right? Like I want the board doing board work.
Without a doubt,
Yeah.
And I think that's going to frame the conversation probably moving forward. But I would love to have the time to have some internal conversations.
Of course, yes, granted. All right, and then one last thing that I was deficient in not putting in our board memo, but we also at the very tail end of last year talked about having a student board member, and Dr. Johnson and I had a really great conversation with a few students at the very end of last school year, maybe early summer. And they had really terrific ideas about how to better engage students and better bring student voice directly to the table. And I don't know that that necessarily means having a student sit at our board table, although I am more than open to that. I mean, if there's a student who would be willing to do that, I would be delighted, but that's a big ask. But there's other sort of communication avenues that we've discussed. And I know that Dr. Johnson is planning on having additional, that conversation will be ongoing at school as we get students back in the building and figure out the best way to actually do that. So that is not at all forgotten, and it's not even on the back burner. It's just it's been summer and our students have been doing other more interesting things with their time. So I don't know if anyone wants to say anything else, but I want to thank all of you for the conversation. I appreciate it. And I think we have some direction. Yeah.
I'll just add on the student piece for I'm affiliate faculty in global Asian studies, and we have a student committee team, I guess. They meet regularly with the chair of the department, and then usually one of them sits in on the meetings, but if not, they've met with her and she can bring their concerns, ideas to our one approach.
Yeah, I want us to be more intentional and active in how we solicit that.
Absolutely.
Fred?
Yeah, so for the last, I think, 3 years, I've been a member of the Student Leadership Advisory Committee. And hearing student voice is incredibly important. And students are not shy about offering up their thoughts and opinions. And I, for one, would embrace having a student on the board. Obviously, they can't be a voting member, but they can sit at the board table and participate. And I think, obviously, there's an educational aspect to that for that student, but I also think it would give us as board members and community, some insights and some thought processes that we don't know. So,
I agree, and so in talking about this a few months ago, we sort of tried to think about how to best use our students' time if they're going to come to board meetings, right? Because this can go very long, they have parts that are not very exciting, and that might not be of as much interest to students or as directly. So maybe restructuring our meetings a little bit to sort of front load with the items that more actively suggest student input, and so that students can get home at a reasonable hour and get all their other obligations done. So all of these things are on the table. So if people have thoughts, please reach out to me and let me know. That goes for any students or community members watching. I would love an email on this. So we'll just keep working on that and then bring finance to the regular board for a vote. And talk, have facilities with levy maybe a future month. So you have more time.
Great.
All right, thank you again, everyone. I really appreciate you letting me get a little nerdy. All right, policies for first reading is our next item.
Okay, the board sees a list here, a number of policies for first reading, and I actually don't know if the board wants me to go through each one of these in detail or.
Yeah.
No, perfect. That would have been my take too, but I wanted to defer. So anyway, they are here for your review.
Does anyone have any questions on any of these board policies or suggestions? Okay, all right, these will be coming to us for first reading at the regular board meeting, right? Am I getting that right? Yeah. All right.
Sorry, my question is, I
Yes.
don't know what the term first reading.
So we get 2 bites of the apple. We do a first reading and questions, comments, revisions end up getting made, and then it comes back again for final vote. So it's like a pre-reading.
Before they come to you for first reading here at this group, to go back to our previous conversation, the internal policy committee has reviewed them and our admin team has given them their first look. And so just because they're coming here for the first doesn't mean that they haven't been
Worked
exactly.
Thank you. Yeah.
And after they're approved for first reading, we send out to a number of stakeholders who've given the opportunity to comment as well.
It's a good question, thanks.
Yeah, it's a very good question. All right, future agenda items. Any suggestions from anyone? Marianne?
So I have a question first, which, for my understanding, and tell me if this is right, is that if we have a homebound student or hospitalized student, they have access to, I think it's 5 hours a week of tutoring, is that correct?
You're kind of conflating two things.
Okay, yeah,
Which
so-
are worth teasing apart. So
Okay,
we have a homebound program for students in any year, nothing to do with COVID whatsoever.
right,
And that's ongoing, okay? And that is set up between the two of the student and it's not governed by the hours, right? What we're talking about right now is for students who are quarantined. They get 5 hours of work a week with a tutor during the duration of their quarantine. It's only in that quarantine specific kind of area that 5 hour applies.
okay. So I don't know if this is an agenda item or not, but I'll say that my sense, we revised the policy so that sick days don't count against the 12 days. I think we're gonna see a lot of sick days. I think they're, just from tracking COVID and what's happening with Delta. I think there's gonna be a lot of people who are vaccinated who will have breakthrough cases. And hopefully not to the level of hospitalization, but may well be too sick to come to school. And if tested positive, they should not come to school. And so that would fall under the quarantine if they've tested positive. But there's also the flu, there's also et cetera and so on, right? So my question is, should we, is 5 hours a week or 5, is that sufficient? I guess my question is.
Is this something you want a presentation of?
I don't know, that's why I'm not sure what the format is. I guess my question is, I have a concern about whether we're allocating enough tutoring hours for the likely need this coming school year. For students who are not in the classroom.
I think that falls under a monitoring question for us, and as we continue to move throughout the semester, we absolutely will be monitoring that data to see who goes in, the services they provide, and how that's shaping out for them academically, and we'll be happy at some point to do that with some more information.
Jean or Ralph or Kimberly, any future agenda items? Fred?
Yes, I mentioned this, I think, at our last meeting, that 2023 is the 150th year of the school. To have some kind of discussion as to how we may celebrate, how we commemorate that.
Absolutely.
The second thing is, and this is not, I don't know if this actually rises to the agenda, but knowing that basically the public hasn't been in the building for 18 months or more.
I'm having a little trouble hearing you, Fred.
Sorry, your mic doesn't work. Oh, my mic's off, sorry about that. Jim. No, what I had said was that 2023 is the 150th anniversary of the opening of the school. So we should have some kind of official commemoration or celebration. All right, so the second thing is that since the public hasn't been in the building, we're having renovations. I'm assuming tomorrow morning will be the opening of the Welcome Center and Student Center. All right, and I just want to make sure that as reunions, alumni come back for reunions, that we are contacting the people who are chairing those reunions and offering them the tours that we've had in the past, especially since the building will have some substantial changes from when they went to school.
Thank you, Fred. Tom, anything? No? All right, move to adjourn committee of the whole.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, but wait, we're not finished yet. Give me 1 second. I'll just add more to the board docs. I'm sorry, give me 1 moment, please. All right, we have a special board meeting. And it's now 8:48 p.m. on August 12th, 2021. I'd like to call to order our special board meeting. Gail, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Kowski,
Here.
Dr. Mohammed,
Here.
Mr. Arthur,
Here.
Mr. Henry,
Here.
Mr. Martyr,
Present.
Ms. Harris,
Here.
Mr. Kingston.
I am here, thank you. All right, so I moved to enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the appointments, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district or legal counsel for the district and independent contractors and specific volunteers, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity, the purchase or lease of real property for the use of the district, including meetings held for the purpose of discussing whether a particular parcel should be acquired, litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular district has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the district finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be reported and entered into the meeting minutes, the closed meeting minutes. Security procedures, schools, building safety and security, and the use of personnel and equipment to respond to an actual, threatened, or reasonably potential danger to the safety of employees, students, staff, public, or public property. And collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. Is there a second?
Second.
Gail, can you please call it out?
Dr. Mohammed,
Yes.
Mr. Arthur,
Yes.
Mr. Henry,
Here.
Mr.
Yes.
Martyr,
Yep.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Kowski,
Yes.
and Ms. Dixon.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so folks could log out of Zoom and then log into the closed session. That would be great. Thank you. Yeah, and if you want to take a break.
They should be ET though. And they were just supposed to be looking at it, so.
So I don't need to read the resolution for the placement of the thing, right? Why don't we do that? One year I had to read resolutions for its secretary and it took like 5 minutes. It was horrible. Really, really 5 minutes. He gets to be covered.
Yeah.
Really good, yeah.
Who did you text?
And Chris is going.
All right, I just wanted to see her.
Are we all here or no? Waiting.
Find out already. Find out already.
I went out of closed session.
Okay.
I'm in open session.
All right, can folks hear us? Can you guys hear us?
Yes.
Perfect, thanks. All right, so public comments, Gail, do we have any public comments for this meeting? All right, thank you. So our first action item is approval of the personnel recommendations. I move to approve the personnel recommendations, including new hires, transfers, resignations. Is there a second?
Second.
Gail, could you call the roll, please?
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Mr. Martieri,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Kirkowski.
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
and Mrs. Dixon Slattery.
Yes, thank you. All right, our next item is the resolution authorizing the preparation, placement, inspection, and publication of the fiscal year 2022 tentative budget. So I move that that the board places or moves to approve that the resolution authorizing preparation, placement for inspection, and publication for fiscal year 2022 tentative budget as presented. And that's that kind of up. Is there a second?
Second.
Gail, could you call the roll, please?
Mr. Martieri,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes?
Mr. Drowsy.
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Ms. Dixon Smiley.
Yes, all right, and our last item this evening, I move to approve the contract of Ms. Roberts Beauty Academy and Erskine Reeves Barber Academy in the amount of $101,752,000. Is there a second?
Second.
Can we call the roll?
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Mr. Martieri,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes?
Mr. Drowsy.
Yeah.
Dr. Maharaj,
Yes.
Ms. Dixon Smiley.
Yes, all right, thank you everyone for your patience this evening, and I move to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Any opposed? All right, have a wonderful evening, thanks again.